Can you hear me now? Hey, Ija, can you hear me now? I'm talking. You can hear me now. Okay, okay. Excellent. Okay, okay. Chris, okay, you can hear me. All right, I had to go deep into OBS. You know, I don't know the program that well, and for some reason there was a glitch in it, and something got disabled. But anyway, we're good to go now. So just in the nick of time for whoever's going to be doing it at noon. Okay, so the open relative to main window. Look at life, guys. Look at life. It is all the way back now. But yeah, so Bruce, depends how many, but you only have my layout is only for one monitor. Okay, I mean you can put everything on another monitor also. So in other words, if you have scans of your own, you know, you've got three monitors. So in the old days, and this is when I say the old days, because I mean this is before we had the docked version. But yeah, I would put all my trade ideas scans on all. Arrange them exactly where I want on all my three monitors, which I have three also. And then once I've done that, I put my toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what I'll designate as my main monitor. Again, then arrange everything. This is my main monitor, obviously. Arrange all the other trade ideas windows on my other monitors. And then I would say tools, options, layouts, and then check that open relative to main window and then save. What that would do is then every time then when you shut down trade ideas and you reloaded it, all your scans will be exactly where you want them on all your monitors. All right, let's take a look at BSky or BKSY. Did it do anything from that alert 1251? What did it do? I mean, yes, but again, you've got to trade them. You've got to trade them. I mean, look at this. You get an alert. Now, I don't know what the spread was like. The spread right now is only 4 cents. But you get an alert at 1251 and the stock goes to 1318. You have to trade that. You can't just say to yourself, it's going to keep going. So you can't let that great alert from the option scanner turn into a loss. So I have a question from our YouTube room. They can finally hear me. Would I consider holding life as an overnight or a longer term? Well, I mean, yeah, you're right. I predominantly do not. But what would I do? I would look left. I see 1148 on the monthly chart. This is back. This is about 3 years ago, though, so I don't know how relevant that's going to be. Also, actually, what am I saying? This month, there's the high. I mean, obviously it's got some interest in it. I'd be a little wary about, what happened right here. Just give me a moment, please. Thing is, if you take this as a swing, where are you going to put your stop? Are you going to put your stop at the low of today, which would be, pretty wide stop? You're going to put it at the low of yesterday, which is be even a wider stop. I mean, that's always, for me, that's always the challenge. It's something that really moves. Where am I going to put my stop? Just one moment, please. All right, guys. Sorry. Some. Um, yes, yes. I haven't even looked at it on the short side. Yes, IVC and BLI. I don't have CAR. CAR must probably was outside maybe the price range. Yeah, that's why it was be outside the price range. But yeah, so I think what Real is talking about is this. Okay. So yes, this is just the flipped version of this. So this is looking for stocks moving higher with unusually strong options volume. This is looking for stocks moving lower with unusually strong options volume. All you have to do is flip this. So if you have this scan, duplicate the window, and then I'll show you. I'll bring one up. You guys should learn how to do a lot of this on your own, so you don't have to rely on anybody. So you would take that window and you right click and then duplicate it. Okay, so now you have a duplicate of the window. I'm just using this as an example. And then you right click, configure, and you see where it says flip. So what that means is it'll flip anything that can be flipped. So obviously you can't flip a price range or a volume, but the price is below the low of this range, or 90%. Prices below, prices above. The value is 70. Okay, so these things can be flipped, and this is what I mean. If I flip them, see all these things were flipped. Now it's below or above, depending if a value could be flipped. So all I'm saying is if you want to see the stocks that are moving lower with abnormal option activity, just flip this. Could I do it for you? Yes, but I think that, you're better off learning how to do a lot of these things on your own if you're a subscriber. Yeah, the docking, you don't have to use it's an option, that's all now, okay? So you notice here, I mean, we still have a channel bar. You don't have to dock windows if you don't want. You don't. The main feature, honestly, of the new docking version is for people who before wanted to take a look at our channel bar, look at all the themed channels, but the problem is that the minute you click on a channel, your layout would disappear. So that prevented a lot of people from doing that. So you don't have to dock anything if you don't want to. I like it. I've got all my thumbnail charts docked. I just like the look of it. But you don't have to. My goodness, look at that life. So the answer is you can still use free-floating windows if you want. Yes, exactly. It doesn't automatically put all your free-floating windows into a dock, no. Quickly explain how you see all the alerts for a single stock for the day. Are you talking about the single stock window? No, not that. Are you talking about this? Give me an example. Like, what are you trying to do? This is for slow hand. Ah, okay, that one. Okay, good. I can give you that. Okay, just give me a moment here. My headset just died on me. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay, I'm back. So you can use this. This is what this is a stocks like this template. I think this is what you were talking about. The stocks like this template. Okay, so this is what now you can put whatever columns you want on the top here. So that I think this is what you're talking about. And then you have to have a trigger of some point. If it's the new high or a new 5-minute high, whatever that is. And then the symbol list, this is what you do. Single symbol. So if you want to see all the alerts that happened for a specific stock, you go to your symbol list, type in or check the single symbol option, and then put the name of the stock in here. Okay, and then so if I wanted to say, for instance, life. Okay, and every time it made a new high, and then I do a history today. Now I can see all, every time it made a new high, I will see the filter values of these columns. And this is a way in which people can create their own strategy. You know, people say, well, I'd like to see stocks that, you know, perform like life. All right. So then this is how you kind of can build your own strategy. Well, life, what were the qualities of life? What was the minimum volume? What was the gap? What was the gap percent? You know, what was the relative volume? And you can start to, you know, use these filters. Again, these are just, you know, you have to pick whatever filters you want. And this is very advanced, guys. Don't worry. Like if you're new to trade ideas, don't worry. Oh my gosh, I have to learn this. No, you don't. Well, why would you want to see every single alert slow hand? I think that's just really, I mean, you can't do it all. Well, I guess you could. I guess in theory, I mean that would mean you would have to do something like this. You would have to put multiple, you know, new high, new low. I mean, yes, I guess you would add all the filters that or all the alerts that you want. I mean, but there, you know, there's a limit. I mean, you know, what is going to make sense to you? That's not what you meant, okay? Well, this is what it's seeing. You're talking. We have a stocks. This is way better than that one. Okay, it's the stocks like this template. This is way better, in my opinion, because now you pick and choose all of the filters that you want. You know, at the top here, and you can see the filter values. I mean, and the stocks like this would have, yes, it would have a lot of filters in there, but to me it was overwhelming. Why not pick and choose the ones you want, and you see the values? Does that not make more sense? You get inundated by, okay, it made a new 2-minute high, I made a new 5-minute high. I mean, you just get inundated with things, in my opinion. Plus, you're not limited to 5-minute increments. Okay, you're getting the alert at the exact time. You're seeing the alert at the exact time. With that other one, you're limited to 5-minute increments. It is not possible for a news catalyst, no. But typically, when I'm doing my pre-market work, you know, and I'm always looking at the news. I've got my news tab here. I'm always looking at the news to see, okay, this thing popped. I can quickly see, was it an earnings? Was it because of earnings? Or was there other news? During the day, you know, when you see something popping, by the time you have the time to take a look at the news and all that, you know, it may be too late. Anyway. Oh, did I post it? No. Do you want it? Okay, sorry. And again, it's up to you to, you know, to put whatever column headers you want. I mean, and that is an advanced topic, okay? Look at what the SPY is doing, guys. It is just now. It is just basing in the candles are getting on the 15-minute chart are getting narrow. I always have it more narrow, narrower, more narrow. So the big downturn we had, you know, right now, you know, it's just sort of kind of neutral right now. PLTR. Okay, Sam, I'll take a look at your PLTR. Palantir. Of course, this used to be a Wall Street's bet stock. I don't know if you're still involved in it. So guys, I'll be taking my break pretty soon, and I'm glad we was able to fix the audio issue in YouTube. So if you head over there, while I'm on my break, I'll put the YouTube link in here. Now I did not take this one from the AI, okay, even though it was in the price range I love. SPTX looked good. I mean, you know, I was watching it for a while. I wanted to see how it reacted at 12. We had the alert right there. I was watching it move. I wanted to see if it would bounce back below 12 because, you know, when you look left, there's no support. It's the same thing. There's no support. But I ended up not taking this one. But guys, I mean, the Hey W, I mean, you know, that has been a nice, there's no such thing as an easy trade. Other than this one jog, this is what I'm talking about. Other than that one little jog here, though, I mean, this has been a pretty steady up trade. Just a little jog down here on the 5-minute, but it's been pretty steadily up. So you're new to trading. I mean, this is the sort of thing, again, other than that one little red candle here with that bottoming tail, this has been pretty steadily up. Well, life is very that is volatile, but man, oh man, what a comeback! I mean, it got back down to 969, so it's, tacked on about $1.30 from there. So remember, I put in this. You know what? I'm surprised it didn't take the trade. Maybe I put it in after this one right there, because I put in a buy order right there. If it pulled back to 985, I might have put it in afterwards. Were they available earlier? Ah, okay. Well, macrogenics, guys. This is boy, this is getting really beaten up. Ooh, boy, preliminary. I didn't. You know what? I mean, there was really not that big a reaction in the pre-market, but now I'm reading the news. This was. Well, this was at 2:47 in the morning. Wow, the news is wow. I mean, there wasn't really a huge reaction pre-market to that news. Look at it now, though. MJNX. And the only reason it's not showing up on my option scan on the way down is because the option volume isn't quite enough. I do have a 2,000 share or 2,000 contract minimum, so it's at. But the option volume percent is high, relative volume is high. Big collapse. Now, before I leave, I forgot to mention this. Real's favorite time is coming up. We have another test drive coming up, guys. There's the test drive sign up. Okay. I want to make sure this link is working. It was a little bit, yes, okay. So, if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So it starts on the 10th, goes to the 22nd, the 11th, and it goes to the 22nd. That is 10 trading days. So you'll get 10 trading days with trade ideas for $11.11. Okay. You'll have access to our full premium service for those 10 trading days. It starts on, so if you're wondering about trade ideas and looking for a free trial, we don't have free trials, but this is as close as you're going to get. So in less than about 3 weeks from now, it's going to start. And now, if you sign up today, all you're doing is pre-registering. You're not getting any data until the 11th. Okay, so please don't pester our support people saying, hey, I just signed up. How come I'm not getting any data? Okay, so you're just pre-registering. And it's also open if you have a standard subscription and you want to have access to the premium service for those 10 trading days. You can also sign up. Now, once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay, don't worry about that. You don't have to unsubscribe from it. When it's over, it's over. When it's over, We'll have a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription, but we don't automatically put you into a subscription. So again, if you've at all considering trade ideas, it's a great opportunity to try us out for 10 days, 10 trading days. Okay? All right, guys, I'm just waiting now for Jamie to show up in our YouTube room. So I'm going to put my announcement in. I will be taking a break very soon. There he is. Okay, Jamie, I'll hand it over to you now. I'm glad I got the sound figured out. Okay, have fun, Jamie. We'll see you in an hour. An hour.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to my desktop. I'm Jamie Hodge. I'll be your host for the next hour for the live support session. I do believe everything is working properly. At least it appears that way on my end, but if someone could just let me know via the chat interface if you can hear and see, that would be fantastic. Heard Barry talking about, hey, thanks Kevcom. Thank you, John. All right, so we're good to go. So Barry was talking about MGNX earlier. Ironically, as you can see from the little arrows here, and tell you what, let me get my pen. Always seem to misplace it. Where'd you go? There we go. So MGNX, you can see from the little arrow here, this is where I got short through an automated strategy with I think I've got the profit target set around 3%. This is just one of those Homer Simpson dough moments where, hey, you made a decent trade. You didn't even have to really do anything. But lo and behold, to hold or not to hold, that is the question. But was in the trade, so I'll take that at least. Hello, Aya. But definitely a slippery slope when we take a look at the action today. Looking at the daily over here, yeah, a little bounce yesterday, making everybody feel good, but not so much today. This is kind of reminding me of a potential of a green bar ignore pattern, which is when we have these consecutive down bars. If we counted the doji here, 1, 2, 3, 4, leading up to this green bar sandwich here. If we do close red today on this candle, well, we might get that push. Finally get down to that 50 period and see what happens. Making for an eventful Friday. If we don't close green today, it's definitely going to be interesting. AI kind of taking it easy today. Only 2 signals delivered. And not a bad long. This little guy's holding up in a not so green market today. Reminds me of Haywood Floyd. That's from some movie. As you can see, my buy and sell arrows on this one as well. Left some on the table, or left a lot on the table on the MGNX. Left a considerable amount on the table with the Haywood as well. Knew it was going to be a slippery slope today. Looking at my compare count, these readings really haven't changed much since the open. I believe we were 51% to the red and 49% to the green. So when I see things like that, well, anything goes. Also saw Barry talking about this little guy right here. Life remaining very strong. Been sleeping for the longest time down at the 550 area, and then boom, in 2 days all the way up to almost 13. Gotta have to consider that an inside candle, but not from the day before, so it's not. Got the upside down doji-ish there, but more upside today. And of course, volume of almost 25 on the relative scale. Hey, Mike. How you doing? All right, everybody, just keep in mind this is the hour for the live support session, so if you do have any questions pertaining to any aspects of the software, let me know. We recently released the 5.5.2 version. Of course, you can see here I'm always, or excuse me, the 3.2 version. I'm always one step ahead, the latest dev version, but that gives you guys access to the colorization of your charts as far as the background color goes as well. And just in case anybody might be wondering how to access that, it's just a good old right click and set the background color. You can choose solids, or you can check the box here and select from a wide variety of gradient colors that might suit your palette there. I prefer the more drab color schemes. Just find it a little bit easier on the eye. Let's take a peek at some of the high options volume as well as high volume stocks today. 40.50 on back, about 4 cents off that level. SUNL 645. Life at 976, that was certainly a good one. BKSY, not too bad either, 12, well actually, it doesn't look right. Seeing a price there of, okay, eyes playing tricks on me. Yeah, so 12.51, that little guy's down at 11. And of course on a day like today, this is going to be a very mixed bag. Don't see that very often. BOWX right at the whole number of 10, up a whopping 2 cents. Not bad on the OPAD, up 80 cents. Down about a point in the SPIR. Ooh, not a bad one at all. 1970, actually, not that big of a move. 1972, 1976, but little guy is strong for sure. And lastly, LiDAR, 848, and it's almost at 9, so not too bad considering market conditions. And of course, SBTX, the short from Holly, with a rather wide stop of about approximately, not quite 4 points, 3 points and change from the entry signal to the top here. This little guy firming up nicely, reclaiming that 10 period here on the 15. And of course, Life being, you guessed it, a biotech stock. Speaking of biotechs, let's just pull up the King Daddy of biotechs, mRNA, the darling of the biotechs. Let's see, back before the COVID thing hit in last year, I think we were down at like what, 30 and change. Let's just zoom out, do the weekly here. Oh yeah, look at that run. Funny that the AI was so active in it back in this flatline period. All the tags there. Little bit of action here, but boom. All right, kind of quiet in the peanut gallery, ladies and gents. So if you do have a question, don't be shy. TKR trying to eat up a little bit of that gap. And let's take a look at the short side on the high options volume. 55.55 on the car. Wow, not a bad short trade there. BLI 21.27 down at 1960, not too shabby. IVC lower cap stock, if my memory serves me correctly, and yes, only a market cap of 203 million. What was the price on that one? 581. A whole penny in the money. I was impressed today because I'm doing some trading over at E-Trade, of course, zero commission environment. A lot of the smaller cap stocks are not shortable over there, but quite a few actually executed today. So hopefully, maybe E-Trade is doing something to bolster their short list or their hard to borrow list, which is definitely a good sign for all of us. Let's see what you got there, Mike. Missed market open entry on INDP. Oh, yeah. Market on open. You talking about up here on this wick up here? Let's see where that candle opened. 13.17, then it ran up to 15. Okay, I got a question about stocks that are hard to borrow, in other words, non-shortable. Well, you find out when the system tries to put an order out. I mean, really, whether it's automated or whether it's you trying to short, you just simply get the message, sorry, can't execute, hard to borrow. That's how you find out. Let's see here. It looks a little something like this. So you can see my live orders here on some automation. All right. And when it tries to put an order out, you get this nice little purple reject message. So only two, which is really good, especially at E-Trade. For the longest time, I was getting over 50% of short orders failing to execute. But ship, let's take a look at the market cap on this guy. 242 million, understandable. LPTX, market cap of 140 million, understandable. However, several were able to execute today with market caps in that area. So not going to get my hopes up just yet, but it's certainly encouraging over at E-Trade. Maybe they're hopefully doing something to make trading a little bit easier for all of us. All right, cool tech. If you're talking about offshore for hard to borrows, yeah, I think you could do that. Definitely a hoop to jump through. Okay, the question is, which broker is the king of short trades? Well, in other words, who has the best short list? Well, I can't really speak for every firm out there. I can give you my opinion. And up until this point, you've kind of got two camps, all right? For example, you have Interactive Brokers, which we've had Brokerage Plus ported over to them for quite some time now. So they're still charging commissions when you route trades through their API, but up until this point, their short list has been a little bit more robust than E-Trade. Of course, you have E-Trade where you don't have to pay any fees, and up until this point in time, you had a not so desirable short list. Well, eventually, hopefully, the competitive nature of the business, right? Maybe E-Trade is kind of going, well, if we improve our short list and we charge no commission, perhaps we'll gain more market share. Now, we hope that that's what's going on, but we'll have to see. So as far as who has the best short list, that's kind of hard to say right now. Traditionally, the big retail outlets, their short or their hard to borrow list have not been as robust as, say, a proprietary shop. But things do change. Hopefully they're going to change for the better. Joe was talking about IRNT, back to the VWAP. Kind of doing battle with that 10-period SMA as well. Oh yeah, the DSX. Diana, a couple of weeks ago. Nice little run over the past 10 trading days. Yeah, Trey, the old adage we're saying, if it's free, you are the product, pretty much holds true a lot of the times. All right, the question is, who is the fastest for trade execution? Good question. As far as trade execution goes, assuming something is, assuming you can put the order out in the case of a short list, or, hey, you can always put the order out going long. I don't really notice with my eyes, typically if I'm doing automation and a strategy fires off something, boom, you see the order go out, you see the position pop up on your blotter. It's pretty quick. Now, if you break things down into milliseconds, you might see a difference, right? But as far as speed of execution, when it comes to the retail guys like Interactive Brokers and E-Trade, it's really hard for me to tell the difference unless I went through and looked at the exact timestamps with much smaller time frames. I tend to judge that more on slippage, right? What did the alert price come out at, and where did I get my fill, right? See if I can pull up an example of that. So for example, let's look at the Haywood trade real quick. 2064. Okay. So depending on a spread, or how fast moving a stock might be, you can see right here on Haywood, the entry price was 2056, but my actual fill was 2064. Now we can get a quick snapshot of the spread right here on my single stock window. We got a bid price of 2134. We got an ask price of 2138. So 4-cent spread. Then the stock might have moved a couple of pennies. So I got let's see, 2064, 8-cent slippage on the fill in Haywood, right? 56, but I got filled at 64 cents. Now on the SBTX trade, take a peek at this one. I got filled here. 1179 was the signal price, and 1170 was my fill price. So 9 cents of slippage there. Now if I look at some of my user defined strategies, slippage is a lot less. But on the average, I'd say if I do 20, 30, 40 trades, my average slippage that I've been tracking is typically between 2 and 3 cents. So that's, something that we have to keep in mind, especially when we're doing backtest. Slippage, that's going to detract. And then of course, if you pay commissions, that will also eat into your bottom line as well. Yes, and obviously the proprietary shops, if you're trading on something like Lightspeed or one of these other proprietary front ends, yeah, you're gonna have a little bit faster access to the markets. Not really understanding what you mean there, Cool Tech. Warrior trader here. If you're asking me if I'm a warrior trader, I would have to say no, assuming you're referring to, that organization. What is CMEG? I believe Joe was referring to a broker-dealer. If you care to clarify that, Joe. At first glance, I thought he was talking about a symbol, which I don't even think CMEG is a symbol. Sounds like a brokerage outfit. Right, and I can't think of the name. Man, I just can't remember. There was an offshore broker where you could avoid the pattern day trading rule, but commissions were pretty steep. I don't even know if they're still around anymore, as I can't even remember the name. Seems like there's always one or two of those outfits. Trade Zero. Problem is, if you run into issues over there, it's a little dicey, since they're not under the influence of the regulators. All right, questions panel is open. Sure Trader, that's it. Yeah, Kevcom, that was it. Sure Trader. That is correct. Here you have to have the magic 25K. On the offshore outfits, not so much the case. But yeah, Sure Trader. Yeah, I thought they kind of went the way of the dodo not too long ago. Pardon me 1 second, guys, ladies and gents. All right. And Holly continues to remain rather silent. And no big surprise, ever since we kind of had this little doji day back on the 8th, trading's gotten a little trickier, right? After the close on this day, it seemed like the 50 period was inevitable, of course. The market doesn't always jive with what we think might happen. Nice big green day yesterday. It's going to be very interesting to see how we close today. Well, thanks for clarifying there, Joe. Capital Market Elite Group. Can't say that I've really heard of those guys. Perhaps they're a newer outfit, or Jamaica. I guess it would be interesting to see their headquarters. Is it on the beach? So I'm going to scroll back here on this one alert window. We're going to take a peek at how productive it might have been, taking a few trades, or see what was spit out, say, after the first 10 or 15 minutes. See how those guys are doing today. A lot of things coming through here today. Yeah, let's just go to the 845 level. Kind of a flat line there on GWB. Doesn't want to give back any of that gap. A lot of things bouncing in that first 15 minutes. Yeah, anytime you deal with an offshore entity, I mean, you really just have no recourse if things go wonky. Which it's kind of a catch-22, because why would they get access to our markets in the first place, right? But to each his own. Whatever your risk tolerance is, embrace it. BLI not too bad. All right, any questions about the tech, ladies and gents? Please put your questions out there. You know, I heard Barry talking about the stocks like this functionality. So in the meantime, we'll play around with it. I think he was using life as the example. And let's just do a little block example here of everything that's been going on with life today. So we'll start right at the open. We'll do a look of 60 minutes, because I believe Barry was talking about, you know, all the alerts. Okay, so in the first hour today, pretty crazy. These are all of the alerts that fired for life. Looks like just about everyone in the book, almost. I'm sure it's not everyone. But it's funny that the ones that fired the most were the trailing stops up and down, which aren't really widely used as far as configuring strategies or to be used as, you know, entry signals. And to tell you the truth, I've never even really tried to use those guys. But it might be an interesting experiment. Yeah, and regarding the question pertaining to logging into the day trading room, If you're having difficulty logging in to the trading room, just hit up the live support and they should be able to help you get in there. So let's do a little experiment here. Let's see, Joe's talking about IRNT again. Yeah, it's trying to get up and get a little frisky. Maybe it'll come test those highs. IronNet. It's either a rebrand or an IPO. And the reason I say that is because these are all the days that I'm seeing. We'll verify that on the weekly. Yep, 1, 2, 3, fourth week in existence. Go back to the daily. It's always good to do a little anchor of the VWAP on these guys. Anchor to that first day of trading. And check this out. The anchor VWAP is really cool, especially for new issues, tracking them moving forward, or some of these SPAC plays. Anytime you have a rather limited amount of days, all I did there is click on the little icon, click the anchor, and then anchor to that first day of trading. You can see that volume weighted average price has really acted as the guiding hand, acting as support the whole way, and then, taking an entry anywhere in these levels right here in the 18, 80, 19 level paid off rather handsomely. And the cool thing about it is you know what your downside is below the VWAP by whatever percentage you might be comfortable with. The babbling heads are mentioning it on CNBC. Yeah. We always have a chuckle about CNBC because so many stocks go on big rips, but they're never heard about on CNBC. Every day. So let's do a little experiment here. I'm just going to take an alert window. I'll thin out these. We'll leave the 100,000 shares traded on there. We'll leave 150 max. But what we're going to do here, let's see, and what was that? The trailing stop. What would happen? Trailing stop up percentage. Just to see what would happen here if we actually use this as an alert. And we'll let the first 15 minutes get out of the way. And we'll just set it at something random for now, like a 2-hour hold. Won't even bother putting in any profit targets or stop losses. Just going to do a little exploratory run here. And of course, no big surprise to see pink and 4,000 trades. Interestingly, there is a teeny weeny bit of spread between average winner and loser. And of course, just kind of a mixed bag there on the daily performance. But does anything stick out as far as optimization goes? Price, a little random right here. Looking at first thing I always typically like to do is go check out relative volume. Is there anything that stands out there? course, we got why that defaults to 5,000. I have no idea. And what I'm doing here is just looking for little patches of green. And you can see here, if I'm segregating by increments of 3, I'm not really seeing anything substantial. And of course, everybody's got their favorite things to go look at, so let's do this. Let's go look at some of the RSI settings. Maybe, does anything stick out on the daily? Not really. Or excuse me, the 15-minute. Or maybe the daily. And nothing really sticking out there either. So more than likely, this is why we're not using any of these alerts as entry signals, but I got to play devil's advocate here. Why does that pricing group stand out? And now that I've shrunk it down to $5 increments, we can see this little swath of green here, but we're not really blowing the doors off. But just to see what would happen. And I don't really expect this to turn out real good, but you never know until you try. If we did put mins and maxes, would it really make any difference? Probably not. Can't say there might not be anything there. Could shave off a lot of trades by ditching that guy. Or we could just say, you know what, let's cap it at 89. Just to see what happens. Cool Tech. I know that that individual has used our product in the past, but as to his current status, I am unaware. Okay. Seems like we're just chasing our tail on this alert, but as I said previously, you never know until you try. And yeah, Gollum, to your point on the differences between broker-dealers in different countries, yeah, the CFDs, I know that in the UK, you know, you can also kind of, it's more like betting as opposed to trading on some of the ways that they do things. And, you know, if you're a Canadian citizen trading the US equity markets, you are not subject to the pattern day trading rule. But you are here for some reason. That's why a lot of the $0 broker dealers aren't yet available in Canada, because I do believe that payment for order flow there is illegal, whereas it is not here. Otherwise, Robinhood would have never come into existence. All right, the question is, do you use gap up? Well, some of the stocks that I trade, that I'm alerted to through my manual windows or my user-generated statistically weighted strategies, some of them may have gapped, right? But if they, I'm not making a trade based specifically on the gap, right? A lot of people base their whole strategy around it. Tell you what, let me just pull up a gappers window here and we'll take a peek. Two schools of thought on gap trading. Either it's going to continue higher or lower. In other words, it's going to gap up and keep going, or it's going to try to fill the gap. So, of course, no big surprise to see IRNT show up at the top of the gap list, and we can see a 32.8% gap up from prior close to where it opened today. And, for example, once, let's see, this opened at 43.99, way up here at the top of the candle. So if we just drag this line, let's see, 43. Oh, is that right? Yeah, 43.99. So we'll just call it right about here. A few pennies off, but no big deal. We opened up here, then we vacillated here. Once the low of that candle was broken, a lot of people might be thinking to themselves, you know what, I'm going to get short right here because I think it might try to eat up some of this gap here. And clearly, boom, immediately starts throwing elbows only to come down and fill a little bit of the gap. It's what we call a false gap retracement before it heads back higher. All right. So, a lot of people base their whole strategy around gap fills on the upside, gap fills on the downside, or false gap retracements. We even have a few alerts centered around that topic. Gap down reversal, gap up reversal, false gap retracement, false gap down retracement. But back to your question there, Cool Tech, none of my strategies or techniques are centered around gap fills. But there are a lot of people out there whose primary focus is that specific thing. And it's pretty random as far as, what they're going to do. Fill the gap, false gap retracement, partial gap, and then back up again. I haven't really back tested the gap ups and gap downs in a while, but I'm sure not a whole lot has changed in that data set. I was just thinking how eerily quiet it is out there, and let's check out the volume levels on the major tracking ETFs. Big relative volume thus far on the SPY. If we check out my single stock window here with all the indices on it, relative volume almost 50% above normal, but everything is sleepy right now. Look at these smaller time frames. 10 minute, 5 minute, 1 minute. 100 is normal volume. So 17% of normal, 19, and only 24% of normal on the 10 minute. But I'm sure in the last hour those volume levels will pick up a bit. Chef, not caring about the downside today. Chef's Warehouse. What do we got for a market cap on this one? At least $1 billion. Doing some volume today. Earnings aren't until October. Correct. The market is ranging. in quite the range that it has been today. On a bullish positive note, we did reclaim the 10 period right here. So it'll be interesting to see if it holds. Just scrolling back through questions, making sure I didn't miss anything. I don't think I did, but if I did, feel free to pop the question back in there. Yeah, LIDR having a big move today. Only up a meager almost 41%. Pardon me, people. People are just seem to be blowing up my phone. Sorry for that. But boy, what a beautiful little, I mean, if you like opening range breaks like I do, I mean, this one is just the epitome of a beautiful range break. I mean, look at this calm period right here. And then, right here, as soon as we break that high, previous 15-minute low would have been the stop loss, and boom, talk about risk to reward. 740, almost up to 1040. Not a bad return for an intraday trade. Matter of fact, did it come through here today? Well, I'm guessing the relative volume was not up to snuff at this point in time. Or, I don't know. It's so big right now at 24. Let's just take a peek. Obviously, one of these filters prevented it from coming through. Yeah, I got the right symbol in there. It wasn't relative volume. Surely it had traded 100,000 shares. That, my friends, is very odd. Okay. Not that any of these filters mean anything. Okay. So if we pop relative volume as a column, and that is the 1030 candle, and I'm getting a relative volume of 354 at that point in time. And of course, I know the answer to this one, but just to validate, Okay. Boom, there we have it. Relative volume was met. Share count, 100,000 was met. So let me try this again. Gonna have to look into that one, because according to my configuration, I would thought LIDR should have shown up. Usually trades 173,000 shares on the 3-month average. Interestingly enough, this scan picked it up. Still pretty decent move. Just wondering why we didn't pick it up in this candle. All right, ladies and gents, we've already burned up 50 minutes, so we got about 10 more minutes here before Barry reclaims his MC post. If you've been sitting on any questions, now would be a good time to get them out there. Seems like everything's taking a nap right now. T-Mobile. You know, I don't know about all of you out there. Everybody's got a cell phone, right? Smartphone. I got to tell you, ever since everybody's upgraded to 5G, I really don't notice any. Actually, I think my phone is slower than it was on 4G. I don't know if anybody else is witnessing that, but thus far, my experience is that 5G isn't everything it's cracked up to be. Lots and lots of cell phone people out there. What do we got showing up here? Nice little handful of course, some of these are notes, which you probably wouldn't have any interest in trading. Yeah, lo and behold, you know, large corporations can't maintain network security. But I'm sure they might reward you with, like, you know, $5 off coupon or something like that. Of course, I'm being facetious, but yeah. I got caught up in the Target hack. I forget how many years ago that was. Yeah, people are talking back channel on the LIDR alert from the high option scanner, or unusually strong options volume. And of course, blindly taking these trades not the smartest thing, but if you like what's going on chart-wise, this is a great little place to get things that have explosive potential. Man, you just don't see that type of pattern too often. And once again, a stock with very limited trading history. And I can already tell you, if we anchor that VWAP to the first day of trading, support, as soon as it broke support, took its little dip down. Of course, expending a lot of energy to get from, this level, 779, not even a point there, but a pretty big percentage basis, but just blowing through that anchored VWAP. So moving forward, either LIDR might keep going, who knows, but if it does pull back, this purple line would be an area of interest as far as where some support might come into it. And where it stops, nobody knows. Looking at the float on LIDAR, it is not exactly a small float. 118 million shares, of which 3 million have traded today. Eyes for the mechanical cars. There was a rumor. It has to be a rumor. I mean, because, well, it just sounds too ridiculous. Tesla made some statement that one of the next models coming out in a couple of years is going to be with no steering wheel. Which, hey, I'm a fan of technology, but that just sounds a little too far-fetched at this point in time. All right, last 5 minutes. Get your questions in now if you have them. Laser getting a little bit of action. Not a bad little move there. And not bad action from this little stock today either. Nice and calm till we get that break. 17 and change up to almost 19. Oof. Not bad on that guy either. Just anchored VWAP to that topping day. And notice the action that we have here. Ever since that day, boom, 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 bumping its head. I tell you this, not looking so good for Berkeley Lights, as it is diving into the abyss. AI has been active in it. And very interesting here on ABSI, looks to be like all the days traded. If we apply the VWAP, yeah, especially here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of consolidation in a tight range, and then diving deeper. Okay, ladies and gents, here we are at the top of the hour. I'm sure Barry is about to take control back. Let me shout out to him real quick. Few automated entries since we've been talking here. Grits. I see, just kind of motoring along here. Not exactly good volume on it today, though. All right, Barry has returned, so I'll be kicking it back to him. All right, everybody. Hope everybody's having a nice green day. We shall see what the market yields tomorrow. And if I don't talk to you then, have a great weekend. Bye-bye for now.
All right, so here's what I'm doing with the RKLY. Again, when you look left, what did it do? What did it get to? It got to 998. There's that whole number. 957. 990 is right there. 1084 is far enough away. So at some point, if it can get over 10, maybe later on in the day, I'm going to put an alert. I'll put a price alert at 1003 or 1016, okay? So if I get a price alert for it, pop up on my screen, and then I'm going to watch, though. I want to see, okay, how is it trading? I mean, it's pulling back quite a bit right now, but let's say it moved up a little higher, and then it based, and then it popped through 10 on volume. I would have to see a big volume bar to get me interested. At me. Yeah, good move. Low float. China stock, 3.7 million in the float. Coming into what I consider a ton of resistance, though, on the daily. I mean, I may be wrong. Yeah, very low float. For IRNT, which on what time frame? I mean, here in the 2 minute, or I mean, this is too choppy. Yeah, it's just too choppy for me. I don't even see a. Oh, now I do. 1771, 1778. So not a big clue where this is going to go on the open for OPAD. All right, what is it? 105.01. So it is not going to be a 5 minute halt. Oh, I'm sorry, it was a halt. I'm sorry, it came out of the halt at 105.01. Little bit later than you would have thought, just a little bit. I'm going to call it social media play. No, I'm not going to tag it at Wall Street Bets play, but certainly social media. But you're right. I mean, it's not super low. It's not crazy high, but it is not. It's not super low. There was news also. I mean, you know, if you want to, I mean, there was news. I did see that news in the pre-market. Offer Pet Solutions subsidiary entered into a loan and security agreement. So there was some news. That was no, was that was yesterday, and I don't know if this is just a rehash of it. Yeah, again, we run into this all the time. Go to 10 different websites. My guess is you're going to get 10 different float numbers for some of these ones. Wow. I mean, this is again from the option scanner guys at 10:55. All sorts of time to get in it. All sorts of time. Yeah, sure. You know, you can post that to the room, Rubber. I know that one. I haven't checked it for a while, but yes, I know that one. Thank you. I'll start watching it again. A lot of times, what I'm doing is I'm looking, in the pre-market when I see something moving. Wow, look at DEH, guys. I mean, my goodness. I mean, this has been. I think this is one of the best days we've had on the option scanner. I mean, and on a day in which the market's down, see, these are all alpha stocks. They don't care what the market's doing. They're just running. Give me a moment, please. Look at the volume that's coming into it. Now, it's shortable. Exactly. You know, the thing is, when Real said that he was shorting some of the stuff from my option scanner, I actually thought he meant the ones that were on the usually strong options on the high side. Because a lot of these, of course you can, I mean, some of them go parabolic. So if you could probably look at that watch list most days and you could go long and short, some of them. I mean, I'm not as great at finding the tops as others, but I mean, this is maybe topped out. I don't know, but that's what I thought he meant. But he was actually talking about the flip version. Yeah, I know you meant the actual shorts, but I mean, I've been following. If something from the option scanner on the way up goes parabolic, well, why not? Why not short it? So consequently, it gives you a nice, tight, finite number of stocks just to watch all day. This is very active today. Yesterday was stupid active. I would say that most of the time you might get no more than 10 in a day, which is what we want. We don't want a lot. Otherwise, you get into the same problem as, well, you get too many to look at. All right. Well, the shorts are they were gone and now they're back at for DEH, but they're being snapped up. 2,800 now. I'm talking Interactive Brokers. That's all I can refer to. A thousand. Yeah. Okay. So now they're gone at Interactive Brokers. All right, this one is starting to move. SGMA, it's not from the option scanner. They don't all have to be. You know why it's not? It doesn't trade options. SGMA, look, 0 options. So it it's not optionable. Wow, look at it go though, guys. I mean, look at that pop out of, it's kind of a consolidation pattern on the 5s. And look at the volume that came in. So remember, if you want to join in all the fun, sign up for the test drive. Okay, it's in about 3 weeks. Probably 3 weeks this Monday. Sign up for the test drive. You'll have access to the full service for 10 trading days. When you click on the link, this is what you'll see. So sign up. You're signing up now. You're pre-registering. You'll not get any data until the 11th. Okay, so please don't bother our support people saying, I just signed up for the test drive. How come I don't have any data? Sometimes you got to read, you know. Yeah, that one from the auction scanner on the way down, that was awesome. That was about $1, right? BLI. The alert was at 21.27. In fact, almost $2. Wow. This is what I'm talking about right here. So there was an alert to go short 21.27 at 10:34 for the BLI. So why I organize things like this is that I want to see when the alert happened. I don't want to see it repeating over and over and over again as it made a new low, low, low. So this is why I have most of my scans are organized like this. I only want to see the alert one time. I want to know the price and the time. Then I can kind of go back through the list and check to see what happened from that time and the price, of course, as opposed to having it repeating over and over and over again. You're trying to be ironic, are you, Becca? Yeah, just flip it. Just flip it. Well, you could have shorted BLI. BLI is shortable. There's 600,000 shares. I mean, there were only 2 alerts for today. IVC was shortable. There are 800,000 shares. So how do you set the don't repeat? Okay, so again, don't repeat is here also. So what you do is you left click on your alert window and go to properties, and you see one of the options is don't repeat. You check don't repeat, and this is a drop down menu. So you check it, and now this is a drop down menu. So you can say, well, don't repeat for a minute or 5 minutes, 15, 30, an hour, or for a day. That's what I've chosen. But some might want to say, well, every 15 minutes if it makes a new high, let me know. But I've just chosen to do this. Okay? So again, right click on the alert window, properties, don't repeat, check it, and then this is a drop down menu and you can pick the time frame. And don't forget to save your work. So who asked that question? Are you using our app or the web-based version? Okay, now it's possible, it's the way it's sorted. If you right click on the alert window that you're trying, go to properties and go to view mode. What does it say? Does it say newest first or group and sort by? Okay, so I'll do that again. Right click on the alert window, properties, and go to view mode and just hover over it. What does it say? Okay, that's the reason. Okay, it's a different way of looking at things. I have a couple of like that. So for instance, you see this one? This is in that mode. So I will see LPTX every time it makes a new high and the time. I just won't see it over and over and over again as an example. That's what group and sort by does. Okay, that's just another way of sorting. So if I didn't want to see LPA, I mean, the normal way is most people don't even know this exists, so they usually have it just on the newest first. And so if you were watching LPTX, every time it made a new high, you'd see it over and over again in the list of symbols. So the group and sort by, I do want to see it when it makes a new high, but I don't want to see it over and over again, if that makes sense. So the only way you can take. Now, did you do it or did you take something from me? If you don't know a group and sort by, then you must have. Okay, so no, I mean, if I don't mind it in some scans, I like it like this. Okay, but some scans I want the don't repeat. If you wanted to use that as don't repeat, then you'd have to go to properties, view mode, and click newest first. Then you can do the don't repeat. I'm not saying to do that, but you see how, I mean, this is still very manageable. There's not that many alerts that happen. All badass. Yeah, very rarely does it happen here, but in YouTube it does happen, yes. Guys, I'm telling you, this haywire is a really nice alert from the AI. I mean, it's been steady after that little jog right here. I mean, it has been steady, holding. I don't know where it's going. We know that 22 is the next high looking left. I have no idea how close it's going to get there. But, for a very relaxing sort of a trade, it's been awesome. As relaxing as you can get. Yeah. We saw, there are some like that, that we saw some shorts a couple of days ago that were just steady down. No wild, big gyrations. Even when it was down, it wasn't like a giant red candle down, another one. You know, because when you start seeing giant red candles, you know, eventually somebody's going to step in and say, you know what, I'm going to buy this thing at the bottom here. I'm going to try. But if it's really orderly, just, you know, little narrow candles, step by step by step by step, and so it really hasn't gone parabolic. You know, a lot of times that's what happens. People, you know, people who do want to play bounces or they want to short tops, will leave those alone because they're not parabolic on either side, if that makes sense. Yeah, CEI. Somebody commented on it earlier. CEI. I mean, it's been, yeah. I mean, it's had a nice run actually on it. I mean, I don't, you know me, I don't look at stocks under $1, but it broke right here a couple about 5 days ago, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it's only 10 cents. This would be one that, you know, if you believe somehow, if you believed in this company, whatever the heck they were doing, but it's pretty darn extended. You know, 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, this was a $38, a 38-cent stock. So it is, you know, almost 5.5 times. Now you look left, and it still has room, 234, and then, you know, the fantasy void up here at 310. So I mean, it still does have some room, but at what point will people start to say, you know what, enough is enough? I see this one got halted on the way up, guys. I don't know if anybody mentioned this one. KTTA, it just got halted on the way up. And we don't even have, we have no float information on it. The projected open is 381 bid ask. You got halted at 123, so plus 24 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be 128 plus 24 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. Let me just do a quick check to see if I can go to another site and see if they have any float information on it. It's so new though, as trading as KTTA. It's so new trading. It probably has no short information, my guess. Yeah, you can't even find it in FinViz. It's not even listed as a stock. So yeah, I mean, there's just no information. It's too new. I'm sure it was. I'm sure DEH was an excellent short. Now, a couple of clues. You know, I mean, look at this big, huge topping tail. I would have liked to have seen the topping tail almost the same up here. Then that would have really, man, I mean, again, what do topping tails mean? Buyers had this up here at 11:45. Sellers closed it down here at 10.99. The buyers tried again. Got it up to 11:17. As we speak, because this candle hasn't closed yet, another 3 minutes or so. As we speak, the sellers are, you know, modestly in control. Where do you check that in IB, Ija? I've never thought about checking float information in IB. I just says that it's 11.2. Well, outstanding anyway. Yeah, NRJ is, yeah, we're a scanner, okay? We are a scanner. So you can use trade ideas with any broker. Now, we happen to have a bit of a special relationship with Interactive Brokers, so you've got it, and E-Trade, okay, that you can use this window to trade from within, okay? But we're a scanner, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, but Fundamental Explorer, let me just see where that is. Ah, no, I hit exit instead. Stop. Shoot. I've got to load IB again. Just give me a minute, Fifan. I'll tell you what it means. I just have to load my broker platform again. Okay, so the count filter is this. So it only works for a few of the alerts, but for instance, okay, what this is telling me, the count filter, is telling me that LPTX made 55 new highs. You can set a count for new 5-minute highs, probably 10 and 15-minute highs, okay? So the count filter in this particular case, when it says 55, it means that it's made 55 new highs. It's another way of looking at stocks that are really momentum type stocks. You can see it at one point, LIDR had made 245 new highs, which makes sense. I mean, look, you can just sort of see. So that's what the count filter is. So it's just another way of looking at momentum. Some will use it, to say, okay, I only want to see a stock when it makes 30 or 40 new highs. I know it's constantly making a new high after new high after new high. No. He means it's a room pump. So some other trading room. He's not talking about you specifically. So now I'm going to, company profile, Fundamental Explorer. This time I'll try to do it right. File, new window, Fundamental Explorer. Never looked at this. IB is pretty, everybody dumps all over IB, but, and then company profile. All right, so let me get the color right. Yeah, people dump all over IB. I think I agree with you, Ija. It may not be the prettiest looking thing, but man, oh man, it is so reliable. Why is that happening though? Yes, I'm telling you how reliable it is. All right, put it over here. Oh, there we go. Okay. So let's just see. I'm going to, what was the one we were looking at for the float? Oh, here's one. So we have no float information. What does IB have? So I don't see, for instance, IJ, I don't see in company profile as an example where the float information is for E. But what about EZFL? I see the market cap. I don't see the float there for that one, but I'll take a look at KTTA. Maybe I'm just looking in the wrong area. You got it, David. You're absolutely right. I still don't see the float information. Maybe I'm looking wrong. Here it is. This is IB. I don't see it. For instance, where am I supposed to look? You said company. All right. Scroll down. Float. You mean right here? You mean right there? Okay. Perfect. Okay. Cool. No, I was on company profile. I just didn't scroll down enough. Okay. Cool. Well, now I know how to check if I see something. We don't have some float information. So let me do the easy. Oh, they don't have anything for easy. Maybe that's what I did. I scrolled down. I didn't see anything. But good to know. Thank you. How many scan windows? There is no limit, NRJ, in theory. Okay, I mean, you don't want to have so many that your system bogs down, but we don't put a limit. The big difference between standard and premium is right here. Not a super active day, but one very, very fine, one that I explained earlier. I would have loved to have taken this short, SBTX. I would have loved it. So when we got the alert at 1179, and I looked at it, I said, "Wow, this is making it's a lifetime low. Nothing is supporting it. See that candle right there, that blue arrow? That's the candle alert happened." So I started watching it, and I saying, "Okay, let's see what happens at 12. Will it get into 12 and then move back down?" Had it done that, I would have taken the short. But look what happened. It didn't do that. So I backed off it. I just completely and utterly backed off it. And I put a price alert down here to see if it would take it out later on. It may not. So I mean, that's how I use the AI. I don't take every alert. But look at the HAYW. There was the alert at 2056. Did I take it right at that second? No. Why? Well, look what happened. So there's the candle, okay? That blue arrow, that's the candle the alert happened. You can see it right there at 2056. Now, right after that, this is a 15-minute chart. So it was kind of in this area. I was wondering, what's it going to do? It got down to 2038. It got back, and then when it got back up to the alert price, I said, okay, maybe it's had its time. It's kind of messing around this area, and it could start to go. And that's kind of what happened. It got all the way up to 2112 where there was another high looking left. That was my sign that once it didn't break that, I got out of the trade, and then when it broke it again, back into the trade. So I mean, that's how I traded HAYW. Now, is there a video that's going to tell you to do that? No. But that is, that's about as detailed as I can get about, when I looked at this, how was I going to trade it? Yeah, the charts are 10 standard, 20 for premium. Yes, the charts are 10. You can of course use your broker's charts if if you need more charts. You can of course use your broker's charts. But yeah, within Trade Ideas, 10 is the limit on a standard and 20 on premium. The other big difference, though, not many of our subscribers do it, but the other big difference is the ability to backtest a strategy. So you might have a strategy that you think, might be something you want to try. Maybe stocks breaking the 200-day moving average on a certain volume, being up a certain amount during the day, etc., etc., etc. Okay, you might think, boy, that sounds like something that should work. So you could put together an alert window with the filters and then, some trigger, a new high, and then you could run the back tester. And you would see exactly how well that strategy would have worked. You could back test, I think, the last 63 days, so 3 months worth of trading. And it would look at every single time over the last 3 months that the criteria was met, and you would see, okay, if I'd taken every single trade, what would have happened? And that's what our back tester is. Again, it's a very advanced feature. It takes a lot of time. There are some that will do it. I don't, but I don't have the time, and I just let the AI do it now for me. But there are some who want to back test their own strategies. So don't forget to use the promo code, right? The one that will get you 20% off. So let me make sure you know that. It says probably end tonight, midnight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, probably. Okay, I'm hearing, so this is the warrant for MTTR. Wonder how MTTR is doing. So I know some of you have been talking about this Matterport, MTTR. I mean, obviously not an all-time high. Why? Because this was a SPAC before it became MTTR. So obviously, when it was a SPAC, a lot of enthusiasm for it as a SPAC. If you're not sure, I talk about SPACs. Look it up, SPAC. New way of going public. Well, not so new anymore, but the rage over the last 2 years, certainly. So what these SPACs look for, they're what they call blank check companies. So they're looking for a company to merge with. And so whatever the SPAC was, we've looked at this company, they merged with it, and it became MMTTR. But when it was whatever the symbol was before this, it obviously, because I'm seeing right there, it's 61%. It's within 38% of the high, all-time high. That means that when it was a SPAC, it was higher, if that makes sense. Meanwhile, this warrant, I'm getting the warrant flashing. I'm not getting. I would get MTTR in here also, but remember, my price limit is $20. Yeah, I mean, I have one rule that I never disobey, and that is to obey my stop. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Not a lot happening for me now in terms of new alerts. Yeah, I broke a rule yesterday. You're right. Doesn't happen very often. Sure. So that's for anybody else also who created the custom filter. If you've the first one, if you've never done one before, yours will say use 0. Okay, got it? Great. All right, guys. What time is it now? 1:40. Oh, today is Thursday, so there is a marketing meeting today. So I'll be heading there in about 11 minutes. Well, let's see if we get any late ones from the option scanner today. So I see DNMR came in, that one, the one looking left. That has to be at least 75 cents away. You can see exactly what it's looking at. So there's DNMR. Now this got pounded yesterday by, this was the one, Muddy Waters, right? This was the Muddy Waters. Yeah, Muddy Waters. So they're the ones who pounded this one down yesterday. A bit of a, trying to bounce a little bit here over the whole number. And when you look left, yeah, I mean, obviously it's got more than 75 cents. Yeah, so I see your post, Fast Johnny. Yeah, I mean, obviously you can easily do that with trade ideas if you just want to zero in on low float situations. But look, if you're new to trading. If you're new to trading, it's not the easiest thing. I mean, they look awesome when they work. They're pretty tough when they don't work. So you've got to be nimble. That's an awful looking 15-minute chart for IRNT. Yeah, I mean, look how choppy. But it is up. I mean, that was, I watched that one after hours yesterday. Do this, went from about $29 all the way up to 42, just like that. And this morning, it's up to $55 or so. Actually, I'm looking here. I guess it was up to $60 in the pre-market. We start getting our data at 7 in the morning Eastern time. All right, remember I was saying I put an alert in to take life on a pullback. This is just to demonstrate how it is done, mechanically. So it ended up taking at 986. I put here that line. It now took the trade. Okay, now if I don't want to be in this trade anymore, I just have to flatten it, of course. And this is all in the simulator, okay? Now the rules are the same. If I knew I was going to take this on a pullback at 986, I would have a stop in place also. I would know where I would get out. Boy, SGMA is on the run, guys. It's not optionable, so it's not showing up in my options. Kind of look at the volume that came in. Low float. 3.3 million in the float. Look at the break here on the 15 from 962, almost straight up. Just if you right click, configure, and window specific filters. If you scroll all the way down to the bottom, I could go more. Scroll all the way. See, here are all my custom filters. You'd be at the bottom. Okay, yours, if you just created one for the first time, it'll say use 0. So you just have to scroll to the bottom, like right to the end. But if you followed my instructions, you give it a name that makes sense. Okay, because you can search instead of having to do the scrolling. 100% it's not showing up. You might have to, don't re-log in. Maybe just do an account reset. Okay, account reset connection. See if that does it. So, I mean, I called it distance and next high. So all I have to do, oh, that worked? Okay. All right, guys, it is now 1:57, so I'm going to put myself on mute. I will be in a marketing meeting very soon, so I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. And you know that DNMR is working nicely. Had a little bit of a pop down. I was in the marketing meeting, and it almost got me up, but it came right back up. So again, you know, this test, just kind of testing this, looking left, finding a void of at least 75 cents. So this is what I'm talking about. Got the alert at 1606 for DNMR, and you know, it's not working too badly. And I did put an alert for the Velodyne. Let's see, you know, maybe capitalizing on the other one. And somebody asked me about NXTD. It's just way too cheap for me even to bother with it. I'm sorry, NXTD. You know, I don't see any interest in this at all. So you asked my thoughts. I just don't see any interest in this. I mean, it's just sinking, sinking, sinking. Unless they have some kind of a massive press release, I don't see anything happening with this. Meanwhile, the Hayward is, I should see what they do. I mean, this has just been a great, great trade, guys. I mean, I had a little jog there, but I mean, really nothing to speak of. What do they? I don't even know what they do. Manufacture and the sale of pool equipment. Who would have thought that? So tomorrow is, I guess it's triple witching hour, right? Or witching. So we might get a lot of action in our, as was pointed out to me, we may get a lot more action in our option scanner tomorrow. I'm not wild about that. I mean, I'd rather have, you know, 8 to 10. I can't control it, of course. I don't know how many we're gonna get on any given day, but all right, Ija. Well, there's your Velador. Kind of, not your Velador, Velodyne. Sorry, kind of popped up, and it's got room to 7, I guess, in theory. Why are they in the pool business too? LASL. Yeah, consumer pool and spa care. Yeah. Yeah, maybe a little bit. I mean, it's, you know, it's something that I don't really. I've seen this one before, but you know, probably on this day here when it dropped. Yeah, I wish I just, you know, I just don't think our similar is working the way I want it to. That's why I don't really talk about it too much. You know, I mean, how do you lump Avid photographic and photocopying equipment manufacturing in with Hayward, you know? So I just don't think it's, you know, I'll be brutally honest. I don't think it's working well. So I don't really know why I have it up anymore. Every now and then, I mean, if you look at oil companies, sure, you'll see a lot of energy sector in here. Um, if I look at AMC, I'm sure I'll see CNX and some of the other cinemas, but No, look at Spear now. Coming out of nowhere. Wow, look at this one even. My goodness. From the option scanner. 1285, now at 1314. So I mean it rested, and now look at this. That's what I'm saying, guys. You use this as a watch list. You know, oh, there's even the fuse. Remember, I was talking. Fuse showed up a few days ago. No, maybe this is it. Maybe remember it showed up on the option scanner maybe on this day or last week sometime. Didn't move at all, and I said maybe somebody knows something because there was a ton of volume, but it didn't move at all. And now maybe we're getting that move. Goods. Always get a kick out of when you show up. I mean, guys, this might be the start of something. I mean, I don't know who they're looking at. Fuse, let's see. Trying to see acquisition. Moneyline. Moneyline in business raises annual guidance. So that was on the, I guess this was on the 8th. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about, all right? So this is the company that Fuse will be taking over, in theory. So I got to keep an eye on it, you know. I mean, it had a little burst here. Some volume came in, but it's not sustained yet. Wow, look at DNMR, guys. I'm gonna start really following these. Anybody, did you add my that custom filter in and then take that scan? Look at DNMR. I mean, that's a great move. So typically what would happen is you might get, there'll be some duplicates. Some will be earlier, some will be later, but let's just see for argument's sake. Yeah, so this was 848, that was at 908. 851, 846, around the same. Life. 969, 976, so about the same. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. Usually that's Becca's job to let me know, but okay. Slacking off today as usual. Well, just for you, there she is, all her glory. I love that little kitty. Ooh, I don't know about that. CLBT is on WBT now, or whatever it's called. Celebrate. Okay. You guys, I know, have been talking about this one. Yeah. No. This is the one that's available for everybody. I can't give this one out because it has a custom formula in it, and it requires you're having to write it to your account, the custom formula. It's not hard to do if you've ever done it. But this one, yeah, I mean, this has been awesome. But this is, this is sort of a bit of a sideline. What this is doing, it's ensuring that when we get the alert that there's at least 75 cents to the next high on the daily chart. At least. Could be a lot more, but it's at least. Because as you know, I like the room. Okay, El Montro, you can go to my homepage. This is somebody in our YouTube room. So you go to my homepage, I put the link in. And when you do that, this is what you'll see. You'll see this screen. Where are you? Okay, you'll see this screen right here. And here are the scans that I'm sharing. Right there. Click here. Sample layout. But this is the one that, as I constantly say, if I only had one scan, this would be it. Moving higher with unusually strong options. So you can save the link. Save the link, then you can take a look at this, at any time. And also we have a lot of education here too. How to ping your strat? Well, just save it. Just like save your layout. I mean, once you load it onto your, then if you want to make it part of your layout, then just make sure you save your layout. That makes sense? You're welcome, El Montro. Once it's on your screen, I don't know if you have a layout already. If you've loaded a layout, created a layout. If you haven't, you can take, again, you can take my layout. I think you said you had my layout. It was all jumbled, so hopefully you've assembled it the way you want. Then you can take individual scans, like that one, and before you leave, you do both ways. File, save layout. That'll save it to your computer. Okay, you can give it a name. Okay, and also save it to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud. Click on entire, give it a name, and save it. Done. Right? It's done. And then when you exit trade ideas, when you file exit, it's going to also ask you, do you want to save your layout? Say yes. So, yeah, hey, I mean, guys, HAYW, awesome trade. I don't think very many people are having alerts emailed. That part of you wouldn't be happy, I don't think. I mean, it's okay to get the odd one. IRNT, you're absolutely right. It is starting to squeeze hard. All right, guys, so before I wrap it up, I just want to, first of all, thank everybody, all the help in the room today. I just want to put in the promotion code. I'm not sure how much longer it's going to be up and running. Okay, but there it is, Grito 20 for 20% off the first month only, or the entire year. It may expire tonight, so I just don't know when it is going to expire. And I'll put this in the YouTube room too. So when you click on my homepage link, you will see another promo code for 15% off. Obviously, don't use that one. Now the other one is the test drive. So if you're looking to try trade ideas out, you're a little unsure, which you should be, I mean, if you don't know the product. So great opportunity. You can try the test drive. When you click on that link, the test drive link, this is what you'll see. Okay, so the test drive, it'll cost you $11.11 to try us out for 10 trading days. It starts on the 11th, goes to the 22nd. You'll have up to 10 trading days. I say up to because if you can't start on the 11th, it's not that you're going to get 10 trading days no matter when you start. This is when it is. So if you can, for instance, only start on the 12th, you'll get 9 trading days as an example. Okay, and you'll have access to the full platform, our premium service. Once it's over, it's over. Don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. Look at SCLBT Go. Congrats, guys. I know a lot of you were looking at that one. And once the test drive is over, as I say, it's over, we will have a nice promo code for you that if you do want to take out a subscription, but again, don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. Also available if you have our standard service and you want to try our premium service out for those 10 trading days, you can do so also. Well, I don't consider 1.3 million that low, okay? Also, the relative volume was good, so it means it was trading abnormally. Okay, so I didn't consider it that low, and it was steady, and it had room. So I mean, I was able to check a bunch of things, that got me involved in the trade. It was just barely outside of the range I like to trade the AI, but when I looked left, I thought, okay, it's got the room. Why not? I typically only take the AI trades under $20, but I say I made an exception. No, it would not have been alerted to it unless I had the AI. Okay, so if you have you have a symbol list, you created a symbol list or a watch list, as we call it. And are you talking about a price break? Okay, so this is all we've got, all right? Somebody asked that before. So we do have So we do have the crosses here, the 250 and 20. All right, so if you create a symbol list or a watch list, and then attach it to the alert window that you want to monitor it, and use this as your alert, the answer is yes. Now, have you created a watch list before within Trade Ideas? Okay, so here's how you do it. This is pretty detailed instructions, I think. Give me a moment, I just have to find it. Just a minute, it's not there. It's another... Okay, just to give me a moment, please. I forgot where I had saved it. I just have to find it again. Here we go. Okay, so we call it a symbol list, watch list, symbol list. Okay, so that's a video I did a while back, creating a symbol list. You'll see how you create it. You'll see how you can attach it then to an alert window or a top list window, because you have to attach it so that you can monitor it. Okay, so once it's attached, then what I would do is I would create the alert window first and use that to alert the cross of the 20. Put some, you might want to put some other filters in, maybe a minimum volume or something. That'll be up to you. But that'll show you how you create it and attach it to an alert window. Okay? Boy, this IRNT, I wonder where it's going after hours. Got up to 60, I think, this morning. I know we have it at 55, but I think it looked at another chart, my IB chart that I have up just to test stuff like that. And I think it got up to $60, 60.06 or something. CBLT though, that's an awesome, or CLBT, I guess, CLBT. What a break right there, yeah, no kidding. No options, actually it does trade options, but the volume, believe it or not, wasn't abnormal enough. No, I'm wrong. So why didn't it show up? Oh, it did show up. I know it sounds like I'm talking to myself, but it did show up, but yeah, I mean, it showed up at 1240, and the reason being, more than likely, yeah, I can tell exactly why it took to that time. So notice one of my filters is 3. The current volume is 3. That means it has to trade at least 3 times normal. Okay? Notice what it is now, 3.62. So I know for sure what happened is, even though it was making new highs here and here and here and here and here, the relative volume was still probably under 3. And so it would not show up. So you might say, well, why don't you just lower that current volume? I could, and then I'll get more alerts, and a lot of them will not look like this. I'll have more things to sift through. So that's why. Awesome day, Real. It's an awesome day. Okay, all I can do is, I've never used it, but if you're looking for the imbalance, if you click on it and click on help, this will do a better job than my explanation. Okay, right here. Oh, what does empty mean? No idea. Well, like empty, what does that mean? When you say empty, what is it saying in here? The definition? I don't know what you mean by empty. The percent of daily volume? See, I've never used this. You talking right there, the percent of daily without I have no idea. Well, I guess you can say, I mean, again, this will be a number. If you want to have it as a certain percent of the daily volume. I think I know people who don't put anything in here, but if you wanted to make sure it was a certain percentage, make it more dramatic, I guess that's what you would do. So if you don't put anything in here, you'll still get an alert. but maybe some people want it to be really significant and a high percentage of the daily volume, I guess. Never used it, so I don't. But that would be my guess. That I think that makes sense. Yeah, I've never ever used that particular filter or that alert. Nice, Aja. Yeah, you're talking about your iPod or your iPod, your OPAD. Well, it's VLDR. I mean, it's inching its way up. All right, guys, it is now 3 o'clock, so this is when I shut down. And let me know, Chris. I don't know if you're in the room. Let me know. I almost shut down completely. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do is, I'll thanks a lot again for all the help today. And let me just get my script together so I can close the room down. Wow, Friday already tomorrow. It's been a fast week. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that option scanner tomorrow with triple witching. You too, Ija. All right, everybody. Again, thanks a lot for all the help, and I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye bye. All right, Chris, I'll stop the stream now, okay?
Okie dokie. Looks like you all have eyes on my screen now. Swapping over from Barry. Uh, as promised, we're trying to do a little more live Q&A at some different times here for you all. So we keep it interesting. We keep it moving. We got questions flowing, and we'll keep the stream going. If not, we'll cut the stream off. All right. So fire away. Anybody questions? I got my eye on the box. Not a whole lot going on my own blotter for anything today. So we're at 30 watching. Let's see, we're in the last hour, power hour. Gonna keep my list here. And for whatever reason, looks like part of the stream just dropped. So hopefully you're all still with me. See 27 still there, so it looks like we still got some bodies in here. So, you know, anybody that's watching, if you're trying to figure things out with the platform, what direction to go. I think a big thing for new viewers or new users is, data overload, if you will. So one of the big things for me is I narrow the data down. I go through, tons of symbols after market close or before market open each morning. Looks like it keeps kind of dropping the stream on us here. I'm cutting my numbers, or you're all just not interested in what I have to say, I guess. But going back to what I was talking about, I find myself having a lot more success narrowing down that data so I'm not overwhelmed. So, what you see on my screen here is more or less it for me. Anybody that's, taken a look before, this is the only other real big to do windows that I have here in Trade Ideas. That SPY look. There's a SPY chart here, single stock window on the SPY, some price alerts of things that I'm looking at, and the strength alerts, and the sector analysis. That's it. That's everything that I run in Trade Ideas. So I like to keep it clean and neat. It gets a little messier after hours or before hours, whatever you want to call it. And I personally utilize the my like symbol list. It's what I happen to like. It's easy. Click it on the charts. There's no send it to you can right click and send to and symbol list and do all that stuff like that. And you keep multiple lists that way. But I think it's 1, 2, 3. Click here. That's the end of it. Got it right there for myself, and makes my life a lot easier. I curate this. I got a top list that's here. I watch that through the day. It's like a watch list for me. 10, 15 minutes into the open, I start seeing what looks good at a change from close percent, what looks good on a change from open percent. And I start putting some price alerts together on those charts and kind of track things that way. Some of it, I carry positions 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. Some of it I might just be in and out during that day, especially the way we've kind of been grinding for so long now. But that's, just show you different ways to bring in all that data. A second set that I do here is I have this is called liked alerts, and this alert list is only going to look at the stocks that are attached to the my like symbols as well. And it's really simple, nothing fancy about it whatsoever. The selected alert is a new high. That's it. These other ones here are from things I'm experimenting with. Window specific filter. We can hide all the unused stuff, and voila. I want to see it above the 75% above the low of the previous day's range, so we know that momentum's continued. It doesn't start giving me alerts till 15 minutes in. 5-day average of 300,000 shares traded. So just in case I'm not updating this list as often as I'd like, it's going to try to trade stuff that's been liquid recently, and I want to see it's traded 75,000 shares on the day so far. So I'm not, I'm junk coming through, if you will. And not that anything is junk. Every stock is relative to somebody. but to my eyes, that's how I'm going to curate things like that. So, quiet there in the chat panel still. I will drone on for a little bit here, but if nothing comes in, like I said, I will cut the stream and return to other duties that I do have here. On that, I'll click around, see if I have tickets from any of you people coming in here. Like I said, there's always something going on here that we're working on, every one of us. There's no idle time for any of us here. I'm going to give myself a pump on Twitter here. You got a chart we want to look at, anything like that, guys. And then I do have something I was trying to work on. I don't do much on customs, but something I had a thought on the other day was from a ticket that came in, and it wasn't something I could specifically do for them. It led me to a second thought that I wanted to try something with the scan here. So I'll bring that up in a moment here as I give myself a Twitter pump. You all remain pretty silent here on me, giving me the silent treatment. So let's see, bring something up here that I was kind of working on earlier today. Load it from my cloud. Oh, what a bummer, I didn't save the other one. Well, we can go back and look at it now. Hopefully anybody here is interested. So I was trying to create this 520 cross on a 5-minute chart. I'm going to bring up a 5-minute chart that I set as a default now, so we can look at it together here. So on this chart here, I'm going to blow it up a little bit. You got RSI down here. We got our RSI down here, volume down here, and then there's just 3 moving averages that are going to be here. There's a 5 SMA, an 8 EMA in black, kind of want to change that, and a 20 SMA in blue. What I'm trying to do is, since we don't have EMAs, I was trying to find something that might look similar to an 820 cross with the EMA SMA, using our 5 SMA on a 5-minute period that we have for a data point, and also using a 20-minute SMA on a 5-minute data point too. So we have those, and what I have done with this scan here is I created a custom I called my 520 cross custom, all right, and that was just a simple set of data points that we already have. And I told it to basically say I want to see the 5-minute, or excuse me, the 5 SMA between this and this below the 20 SMA. And then I just put a few volumetric and a price here. But I needed to make it an alert window. I need an event. So just kind of threw the kitchen sink at some things here for a little bit with these different alerts. Try them all out. It's a pretty active window right now as I continue to try to refine it, essentially. We can take a look at some of the stuff that's coming through it live here as we wind down the day. take a look at what we're looking at here. So let's see if we can find anything that makes sense for what we're looking at. So you can see here, a lot of consolidation. So it's really kind of garbage, that alert. Well, this is, the beginnings of what you do to make an alert, especially, really kind of experimenting. So let's see if we can find something that's going to look good on us here. Examples. All right, so a little better of an example here. We can see the moving averages are all starting to cross there. I'd done a version earlier where I was looking at it to be in a specific range, above a specific range in a 10-day period, and then above a specific range in a 15-minute period. The alerts seem to look a lot better that were coming through a version that I had of this earlier. I didn't save, nothing complicated to it, so I get it right back. But those alerts looked a lot better when stocks were obviously trending up, as that's what we're trying to look for anyways with those moving averages crossing. So you guys got any questions about it? If someone chimes in, they want me to share anything, always happy to do that as well. So sorry, some internal messaging, just trying to follow some of that going on here, especially while you're all still giving me the silent treatment. So then, like I said, with this at the moment, because I want it to be an alert window and not a top list, kind of throwing the kitchen sink at it, what I found was through some experimenting here, just the 1 minute volume spike was really giving me some alerts, so I get rid of those. All right, if I change that, it is going to distort the window and reset it, so I won't change that. But what I'm going to do is duplicate it, and then what I had going on here is a change that I did decide to make, so we'll keep the original that's there. A heck of an alert from Holly too, we see there. We'll circle back to that maybe in a little bit here. What I did for a change that I was finding some other results that were mixed as well is I got rid of all these guys here. Let's hide those unused. There we go. And I was trying a 5-minute high alert here. And I was, getting some quote unquote better results. So right now it's just kind of plugging some different values in and seeing what I get from it. So we've got this here. Let's put a reasonable cap. I'm not going to be trading stocks any higher than that. And then use some position and range filters. I'm a huge fan of position and range filters. Let's see here. We want it to look kind of recent, trending up. So we had this position and range here, 10-day. I took that. I'm going to put a value of 30 in there for now. 30% off the low of 10 days I went with. And then going to position of range of today, because the reason I prefer to use the position of range today versus to use like a change from close or a change from open is I don't mind if the stock had gapped down but has been moving up for the day. So we can find those crosses that are possibly moving up in the day to fill the gap from that day. So we go position and range, and we're looking for this one here with a D, so just it's called position and range. That's for today, and I'll add that filter. But I don't want to see it anywhere near the low of the day. I want to see it trying to have some strength and get off the ground for the day. So we're going to throw 30% in there too. Just kind of run the history and see what we get from this here. So those are the changes that we made across the bottom here. That's what it's telling us, what I removed and what I added. This is what's actually in there. Give us our summary. Maybe I'll remember to save it this time. We'll call it V2 because it's version 2. And voila, we got this new window. There's the first alert that's going to come through it right now. Let's take a look at the chart and see if it's giving us anything worthwhile. And no, not so much. We can see it's the custom that I made, and if anybody chimes in here and wants the custom, I will share it with you. But I'm not going to do it unless I get someone asking. But the custom that I made was looking for this SMA to be slightly above this SMA, which is what we've got here. So at least we've got that going on. What I'm still trying to work out is to find it moving up and not moving down. And that's the trick for now. So take a look. We got alerts continue to populate. I know MUFG is something I just don't like to look at. It's one of those huge float stocks. It's some kind of finance from Mitsubishi, I think. Really nothing. So the idea is here. Um, but thinly traded stock. So, but it's got kind of the idea of what we're looking for here. And like I said, it's not going to be some super window that's going to be making someone $1 million a day. But the idea is returns. You know, the purpose behind the window is return good ideas that we can look at that are actionable. We could set alerts or price alerts to them and try to follow along to see if they continue to do what we hope a cross would do. We'll flip back to this window here. We'll see what's coming through this one. That's Dick's Sporting Goods, I think, right? No, I'm wrong. That's DKS's Dick's Sporting Goods. So this one looking a little better here. Drawing stays relative or relevant to it. We'll bring it back again, and you can see right here the moving averages are crossing on that candle for me. So, the idea is there. Now trying to refine it, of course, through back testing and optimization and so on and so forth. Let's see what else we got. And forgive me, I'm lagging a little bit here as I'm running a lot of software going on right now. 13 viewers and still the silent treatment. So, like I said, I'll run this for a period. However, you know, no questions, no comments, and I'll move on. Hey, Aja, how are you doing? And the alerts continue to pour through this, and like I said, I swapped my layouts. I did it kind of hastily. I forgot. Um, that's what I figured that So I know I don't have a whole lot of trader talk to do in that sense, other than if someone has a chart they want to throw at me or something like that. We can look at that and discuss those. But more Q and A. Try to help anybody new kicking the tires. Yeah, and and on my end, I don't have it completely set yet how I'm gonna do this. Like I said, there's other issues at play for me taking this over, but we're gonna keep working at it here. Joby, Joby. What do we got? Oh, very nice trend all day long here. Boy, my machine is struggling right now with this. I do have a lot open though, to be honest with you. So there is that, of course. Let's see, aviation bounce off the low here. It's a new issue, it looks like. So a lot of trading range there. $14 to $8. Great trading range, that's for sure. the alerts continue to fly in here. Surf, I believe that's oncology, right? So you can see, with a lot of these here that on this window that I created, the MAs are there. Now just getting the position and range right. That's where we work from there. Looks like the SPY is moving back up for us. Did we go positive yet? About to go positive on the SPY. Very orderly selling over the last week or so. So there's no panic. The VXX was really mute mostly. I think it had a little bit of a move earlier in the day. I think it's kind of fallen negative now. Get a chart of that. Not that anybody should ever be doing analysis on this chart, but does matter. It just continues to grind and grind lower, grind and grind lower. And even with all the selling that we've done for the last week, that whole 5% or whatever it was, just nothing, mute. Go ahead and get rid of those. They have not sparked any interest from anybody in here. CLBT, what a move that's made today, huh? There's an early alert from the option scanner with Barry, just really moving off. Red bar ignore, red bar ignore. Blast off, beautiful. And take a look from my light symbols here. Some gems from today here. But don't kid yourself, I got my losers that are down here. But, so I put them on a watch list, curate the data, let it filter top to bottom on what's working and what's not on the day, and make some decisions from there. Take a look here. Yesterday this list was loaded with nat gas winners. Nat gas obviously not doing what it was doing yesterday. You can't go up every day, I suppose. Energy kind of in the middle of the pack in general today, it looks like. UNG at the bottom of the pack. So, kind of broken away with those moving averages fanning out nicely. And of course, heating season is coming. Take a look around the horn. Some of these other here. XRT just took the lead from JETS. So, retail trying to come alive again here. Messy chart. But sitting way up there in the nosebleed seats. And you can see my my liked alerts really populating here as the market took off at the end of the day here. There's a big move from the SPY. Let's bring in this 2-day anchored VWAP. It's kind of my focus. Oops. So I'll throw that on here if anybody's wondering. We got this fancy little drawing tool here, and inside here we can do different things with trend lines, horizontal lines, annotations, arrows, and we can even do our anchored VWAP. So I like to do 2 days, so 2 full days going into today. So that was yesterday, day before. So we anchor the VWAP here. That'll be this purple line that just appeared. And we can see now that all the moving averages that I watch, 20 SMA, 8 EMA, have crossed it and have continued to power it higher here until the close of today. So, and with that said, all these things here, they're getting a shot at populating as I, closed and reopened the window. So everything making new highs on the day. What is anchored VWAP? So VWAP runs continuously for a day, actually. It's not the same as a simple moving average. VWAP is intraday and is traditionally. Brian Shannon of Alpha Trends, who's a CMT, had created what we call anchored VWAP essentially. And it's a tool that he brought on with us in a partnership. And so what we can do is we can anchor the VWAP to any day that we want, or any time period that we want, or any candle we want, to watch the momentum of the VWAP over that specific period of time. So I'm more of a swing trader, swing scalp trader, and so I like to look at 2-day momentum clips. And so I continuously run a 15-minute SPY chart with a 2-day anchor VWAP here. And that's what I watch to try to watch the momentum of the SPY. And so for the last, let's say 6 days or so, once this 2-day VWAP had claimed the candles, it really was suppressing them all those days. And only yesterday did it start to break back above that again. It got a hold of it again today with this, move down, and it's recaptured it again here. So that's what anchored VWAP is here. So we can do that with any chart. So let's get rid of that SPY chart there. We can do this with any chart. So let's find something that looks good here. We can give you a really good example. So, all right, you got this WKEY here, all right? And we have this big spike here. And so one of the things that I always look at entering any kind of trade is this trade here. I would say, well, you've got all these bag holders here. They're going to distribute stock every single time that price starts to come up because they want to recover whatever they can for losses. So you can see distribute here, distribute here, distribute here, distribute here. Eventually, they're going to run out of stock to distribute. At what point? Your guess is as good as anybody's. But what we can do now, take a look here, get that anchored VWAP tool from the drawing, all right? We're going to anchor the VWAP from that day, and we can see here where that anchored VWAP is leading us to. And so for many stocks that have something like this but continue to try to push up non-stop, we can see what that magnet might be or what a target area might be for us. There's no absolutes, there's no exacts, but the idea is to find these tools that give us a guideline, a map, if you will, to possible and likely scenarios. So that's what the anchor VWAP is. Let me know if that makes any sense to you. Perfect. Excellent, Brian. Good to know. Good to know. Got any other questions there, Brian? Fire them away. It's a quiet crowd in here, the 11 that are here, and I assume that most of the people that are here are just holdovers that left the stream running after they'd probably walked away at some point during the day. But trying to give some more live support during the week here at some different hours. Not everybody can make the room from 9 to 3 or the Q&A at 12 to 1. Giving these as Eastern time, so hopefully as I do this a little more week in, week out, we get a little more of a crowd in here. We get a little more going on, kicking some ideas around, tires, build a scan, things like that together. And just take a look at what's coming through for my like. Now, this isn't as curated as I would like it to be here. There's probably, I'll bet there's at least 15 or more stocks on here that I should be dropping off or should have dropped off a while ago, but this has not been updated in a while. Yeah, you're welcome, Brian. I get teased once in a while when I fill in the other live Q and A's, by some of the other people that have known me a little bit that I'm a great trader. I'm a very, 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 very mediocre trader at best. I pay some bills. Long process to learn this stuff, and it's a lot easier seeing. And as I always like to say, hindsight trading. I'm really great at hindsight trading. In the moment, doesn't always work out how I like. That's just part of what we do. Now, Kano, Cano, is something I've been watching for a long time. Holly made this alert here. It's a newer issue, but I kind of really liked the way it looked. Took a beating here, but has since really, really been strong. So, we'll see how that all goes. I traded in and out of it a few times, but it's never a position that I felt comfortable holding. So, let's see here. BODY coming in from Barry's scanner towards the end of the day here. I have a feeling it was probably alerted earlier. And for those keeping score at home, tomorrow is quad witching, has to do with options expiring, the SPY, and so on and so forth. So anybody that watches Barry's option scanner, keep an eye tomorrow. It's probably going to be pretty crazy. There's a lot of alerts from it today compared to what it normally does. I suspect tomorrow will be very similar, if not more, for sure. So one winner, one loser on Holly, both in moderate profit. One at five, almost 5.25%, 5.25%. The other's almost at 6%. So I'm just kind of grinding higher for all that time there on that 15-minute chart. That big gap down. A tough one there. But on the flip side, something I noted earlier, you can see the arrows on there, just very, very, very solid all day long. Great stuff from Holly. So, extra quiet day from her, but if you'd managed your risk properly, the way I have it set up to look here, I have it set to if it set the share size $100 risk base on the stop. So here it would have took 333 shares. Here it would have took 27 shares. So my loss here at this point in a moderate would have been around $19.50, and my gain here would have been $350, give or take slippage, of course. I'll take that ratio all day long, that's for sure. So it's not always like that with Holly. She's got her goods, her bads, and her uglies, but Holly Neo is probably the more consistent performer of all of them, the segments. And so we see it was fired Holly Neo both of those today. And so some good stuff from that, good risk management from the AI today. And you take it for what it's worth. And even with the market that chopped sideways and then moved up, the short didn't get killed. So, based on the risk management parameters here on a moderate hold. So if no other questions come in the next, we'll say 5 minutes, I will close the stream for the afternoon. And we'll see what we can't do about getting it active again tomorrow after Barry closes. I'll take a look at that alert that I was working on earlier. Here we're playing around with. Bring them both up. See what anything is doing here until the close. A lot of alerts coming through them. BZUN. This has to do with homes, right? Yeah, mail order homes, China. That's what I thought. I believe this is one of those stocks that's on my do not trade list, as a matter of fact. Not I believe, I know it's on my do not trade list. Very active window here, so got to figure out a way to tone down the activity and to make the activity that's coming in more actionable. That's what building a scan is. But we can see here, the alerts that are coming in, some very different alerts actually, by using that 1 minute volume spike alert versus using a 5 minute high alert. So PBR, that's Petrobras, right? Brazil? Yeah. Kind of Brazil, kind of Argentina. More Brazil than Argentina. They're the refinery. Most of the oil that comes out of the ground in Argentina actually goes to the north of Argentina. It comes from the south mostly. Moves up to the north, gets refined in the north, Buenos Aires, and over in Brazil as well. And they send it back down throughout the country. So they don't really have any refineries in the south of the country of Argentina. Ask me how I know that. So again, got to figure out how we get these position and range filters a little better. We can see here, it's finding it on the decline. I would have liked to have found back here. Or I'd like it to not have found this one at all. Either way. Closing out the day as well, it's going to be some obscure alerts coming in here. Of course, you want to get these alerts early in the day. So there we go. That was one that came in doing exactly what we'd hoped for right here. Found it just about just under 36, 36.45 now. So they exist. They're within this window. Just refining it so that we see more of that and less of. I suspect this will be a good example of what I don't want to see. Less of this, exactly. That is an interesting looking chart. How do I know that? I used to live in Argentina. That's how I know that. I lived down there on and off for about 8 years. I lived in the south of the country, on the Atlantic, down there, and did some traveling throughout the country. A little bit of South America over Chile, and so a lot of oil, especially around the Atlantic side in the south of Argentina. A lot of oil, or at least they're taking a lot of oil out of the ground. I don't know what their reserves look like, and you could see the trucks constantly and the barges constantly coming up and down from where they store all the crude to move it up to the north of the country and to Brazil. So that is how I know. Beautiful country. I mean, every country's got its beauty. Um, yeah, some of these alerts here. Let's see, DDOG, Datadog. So this is kind of doing what I'm hoping to look for here. It's made the cross. It's at the near the high of the day though. Um, I do wonder if maybe it could have alerted somewhere back here earlier in the day. I'm not sure. If we run the history of the scan, we might find out. Tomorrow I'll be running these. I'm gonna do a little optimizing on them tonight myself, and I'm gonna run them side by side during the day tomorrow. See what we can't and cannot produce. Like I said, these will require custom to run these. But cross alerts is it's a big thing. People want to have them. I wouldn't mind having them. And so if we can make that happen, I do want to make that happen. There are some other things that we have going on with what we call our Market Explorer, that we're building out some different scans. That'll be box scans that we can hand out. There'll be no adjusting to them. But, we're looking at a bull flag we're trying to do, possibly an ABCD pattern that we're trying to do, another EMA type of cross that we're looking at, we're putting together, and we're hoping to have some of these out by mid-October when we do the test drive. And we'll pass those out, check back for when they're ready if you like. Got an ETF here, was this emerging market somewhere, right? Yeah, Japan, that's what it was. Yeah, so we'll have those scans, some exciting stuff that's coming down the line. Like I said, it's not going to be adjustable like these scans here, but it's the next step that we're taking into data delivery essentially. So, all right, no questions yet. Brian trying to keep me engaged here at least. Continue to look around here. Go back to the well here, and so Jets. Just a long shelf that it's sitting on here, trying to hold this support that goes way back here. Essentially, draw that line a little nicer. There we go. And if you will, kind of wedging here. Gonna have to resolve itself one way or the other. Kind of a travel season coming, between people wanting to get away as the weather in the north of the United States starts to turn colder. Europe starts to turn colder. People trying to get south for vacations. Far east, things like that. It's tough to travel, restrictions, things of that nature. So, kind of see how that all plays out. Then you get your holidays that start to come in with Thanksgiving and Christmas. So we'll see what the Jets can and can't do. Thoughts on XM? Let's take a look. Guessing that's XM radio, right? What chart ever decides to load? Quanalytics International Software. So what are we looking at here? Survey platform manage, tracking brands. All right. So we got the details there. What we're looking at, software. I'm very big anything software. It's a nice looking chart, to be honest with you. Decent liquidity, 500,000 shares traded. Small float, so if it ever catches wind of something, definitely can move. Very big trading range here. Look at this from just if we go from July, probably $33, $34 there, sitting almost at 50 right now. So it's a great trading range to be in for sure. So it can move. What else are we looking at here? Even on that spike day, it's held its kind of trend and march forward. What else do I like? I like a lot about this chart, to be honest with you. This kind of beautiful swathy base that it made. That's kind of nice there. I tend to favor this pattern, so I see it, kind of biased to see it a lot. But I like that. And also, a lot of psychological stuff here to get through. That $50 is very psychological. However, you get through that 50, you're starting to look at nearly 60 there on that grind up. So that's a nice looking chart, to be honest with you. You just gotta, the one thing you hope for is that because it is a small float, you don't want to see something go against you news-wise or anything, because that'll be what this is right here. I mean, that's a hefty down draw. But we can take it further back. All the things that are healthy about this. Probably had bag holders that are here. And they probably distributed here and here already. And that's that. So anybody that's left holding here, I don't think they're going anywhere at this point. Do I have any cryptos? When Dogecoin, or however the hell you call it, had that big sell-off after SNL. A few days later, I just bought a few $100s worth just for fun to screw around. I said I'm going to hold it till it either goes to the moon or goes to zero. I don't really care. I think when I looked last this morning, I'm down like $80 in the whole thing or something like that. So other than that, I just did it for fun. It was out of sheer boredom. After that whole SNL thing. But that's it for me. I don't really. It's a 24-hour market. Holding anything long term seriously in it just isn't for me. I prefer to sleep comfortably overnight. 20% down draws are pretty normal in cryptos, and it's just not my kind of bag, if you will. Too active of a personal life for that. Michael Noss does a lot of. I won't say a lot. He does a fair amount of crypto trading. So that's my one and only crypto story. Like I said, I bought a little bit of it just for fun. If it goes to $1, great, I'll make some money. If it goes to zero, I lost I lost a week of grocery shopping essentially. So no big deal. 2 weeks of grocery shopping, so no big deal or anything like that to screw around with. But back to this XM chart. I like this chart. This is if you got a plan that you're trading it, you're holding it or anything like that, healthy looking chart overall. A lot of healthy stuff here. We can even, I showed this kind of swath that I liked. This one here, maybe even one starting here. I like to see patterns play inside patterns. Also, we could look at short float here, what we're reporting from our providers. Only 4% short float, and we can see the shorts have really moved out. 29% drawdown, almost 30% drawdown in that short growth. So cash on hand looks good compared to their current debt. Those are all good things. Very solid revenue, that looks like it's right there. Not terribly far off that lifetime high there. So all good stuff. You're way out from any earnings. Way out. Very healthy looking here. zoom out a little bit more here on this chart and get an even longer term view. I think this might be as far back as we go, huh? So it's a fairly new issue. Am I wrong in that? Yeah, because I can't go back any further. What do you know? Just realizing that now. Yep. So fairly new issue. Do I think PLTR is going to break out? Uh, PLTR has that wants to be a cult stock feel to me with all the AI talk around it. Excuse me, a little yawny here. Um, PLTR has almost that beginning of a cult feel to me. So I think that's it's a stock. I'm not. I don't bet against stocks to start with. I'll tease about a stock if it's down, like real down. Tease looks like it got a support around zero. But PLTR, yes, it looks like it's already starting to break out. The train is starting to leave the station. Let's go back to this whole thing here. I would suspect that you got a lot of people that are probably believers here more than bag holders that are owning it here. All right. And I would say any bag holders that were involved started to distribute here, here. And if we don't see a big pullback from here, I would say that's going to do it on bag holders, and everybody else is going to be a believer instead. Uh, you know, I think everything's a puzzle in life in a sense. How do you put the puzzles together? There's people that I follow on Twitter that I have a lot of respect for that are more investors, long-term investors that have some very bullish thoughts on PLTR. I would never base anything I do strictly on anything like that whatsoever. But what I'm getting behind it in this is that you have that AI feel. It's a direction the world is going to go in general. So it's something you want to be a part of. It's a stock that has a great buzz to it in general, between the Wall Street bets crowd, and then you have long-term investors that discuss it regularly. Take that for what it's worth. Who knows if any of them are here and don't want to be there anymore? But once again, I would have to suspect that there's more believers here than there are bag holders here, and with it starting to leave the station right there. That's a big deal. Part of what I get some of my trading from, my longer term stuff, is William J. O'Neill's How to Make Money in Stocks book, the cup and handle pattern that I'm always going back to. And so you start to look here and you can start to kind of find a healthy cup and handle sets that are starting here. And so, we're making lower, high, or higher lows, all right, the whole way through. After, you're going to have this, the initial buzz of the whole thing, IPOing and everything like that. So, yeah, if you ask me, is it going to break out? I don't know. It might be something I'm betting money on in the near future. I could say that for sure. It looks really healthy. It looks really healthy to me, in my opinion. There's a lot more bull case than bear case. You know, 4% short float is nothing. There's no short growth in it whatsoever. They got plenty of cash on hand, and they have outstanding revenues. At least according to all this data here. So that's what I'm going to look at. So everything looks ripe right there, to be honest. And we can see here going into the close. Just throw this out here on my compare count windows here. Just see everything really taking off here. New highs versus new lows. So a lot of volume coming in. The buying came right in. The selling came in right to follow it. So quad witching day maybe starting a little early. We'll see what happens. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting day though. Friday. For those that are aware or pay attention, we had a lot of Jewish holidays recently. So here in New York, there's been people off from work, especially in the finance world. School starting, all those things like that. So the next run, whether up, down, or sideways, but more volume, I think is going to be coming in to the overall market in general in the next few days. The next few weeks. I'm sorry. Funny that you mentioned that. So it's been the way it's worked for I don't even know how many now, like 8 in a row or something like that. We've touched the 50 SMA and then bounced right off of that on the SPY. Basically every time for the last, I can't even tell you how many. And let me look here, see if I can find where I want to find it. One of the other traders that I work with here, Sean McLaughlin, who does the Monday sessions on the Q&As at noon. He's the one that really points that stuff out because he's more of an options guy. Um, so let me see if I can blow this up here, this chart, and bring it over for you to see what it looks like. It's not going to have dates on it, unfortunately, the way we want it to, because it's so zoomed. But here, to give you an idea of what we've had on these quad witching days. So, sorry. So, that's the 50 SMA. That's over however many months here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there you have it, sports fans. That's what quad witching day has meant for quite a while. The trend is your friend till it isn't, blah, 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 all that stuff like that. But, make of it what you will. There's no other, any of the bad news that's come in that's bad news hasn't, there's been no real volatility in the market selling off or anything like that recently. So get rid of that screenshot. Um, you know, Barring something crazy happening tomorrow, I don't see why that changes. But anything's possible. Let's see here. We'll bring up the SPY here on a daily. Oops, that's not SPY. So there you have it. There's that 50 moving average. We came and almost touched it the last few days, and it's just like it has been on each of these witching days back here. All right. So it's come and basically found the 50 SMA and it's made a move up after every one of them. So the trend says it moves flat or up tomorrow. That's what the trend says. And that's I'm long some things, so that's my bet. So, all right, I see the numbers continue to drop here. Went from 13 to 9. Not exactly a huge crowd, but all right. Thanks for Aj and Brian. A couple of back and forths between two of you. I appreciate it. I will cut the stream now, and I try to be back tomorrow, possibly between 3 and 3:30. I'm going to try to get it from Barry. We'll see how that works out, and the same thing going into next week. So. All right, you guys all have a great rest of your Thursday, whether it's afternoon or evening for you already, and we'll catch you on the flip side. Thanks.